Alright. Um, if OBS will, that'd be great. Okay, cool. Oh, yes, I remember what I was doing, and I remember that it didn't work. Right. Hello. Another day, another day, another dollar. Exactly. I don't know why I said it like that, but here we are. So what I'm doing here, I'm messing with uh Minecraft has this new command called /dialogue, which is interesting. It can open up like a dialogue window, and depending on what you do, it can like do a whole bunch of things. But I don't know if that's what I want to do. I don't know if I want to do a dialogue for it because yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Instead, I'm gonna have to make a whole separate screen for this thing. Oh my gosh, we're getting back into GUI programming again. I hate this. Um, because none of this is gonna work the way I want it to, because there's these dialogues have like basically kill switches that allow you to prevent them from popping up, or to just like cancel and leave or whatever, which is obviously not what I want to do. So we're not gonna do that. Instead, we're gonna close all this stuff. All this stuff. And this was open dialogue. And it sends a packet. Right. In the server. I mean, there is open handled screen. Open screen server to client packet. I might be able to do that. On screen handler opened. What does this even do? Screen handler to add listener, update sync handler. Oh boy. I ain't looking forward to this. Okay, so what I need to learn how screens work in Fabric, because it's different. It is different. I thought this is where I wanted to put the thing. Oh, is it here? Oh, it's here. Minecraft client.set screen. Is that? No. That's not what I would want, because I want the player to, like, open it. Okay. Let's check the docs. I will find my answer there. Hopefully. Rendering, blah, blah, blah. Creating a container block. Extended screen handlers. Wait, that sounds like what we need? That sounds like what we need. I just gotta know the screen part. And provide this to the screen handler as our class implements inventory. Only the server has the inventory at the start, be synced to the client and the screen handler. Right. Yeah. Okay. I understand you. Implement named screen handler factory. So don't I just have implementation of named screen factory handler thingy-majigger? And just kind of do that? And then I just put buttons on it. Which then would have to send something back to the server to do whatever. I see. We need both a screen handler and a handled screen to display and sync the GUI. Screen handler classes are used to synchronize GUI state between the server and client. Handled screen classes are fully client-side and responsible for drawing GUI elements. Right, so this is the difference. This equates to having a screen and having a... What was that stoic dummy thing we made? It wasn't an inventory, but it was kind of like an inventory. I don't remember what it was called. Dang it, I don't remember what it was called. It doesn't matter though. Constructor gets called on the client when the server wants to open the screen handler. The client will call the other constructor with an empty inventory, and the screen handler will automatically sync its empty inventory with the inventory on the server. The constructor gets called from the block entity on the server without calling the constructor first, and can therefore directly provide it as an argument that the inventory will be synced with the client. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is... Right, but I don't care about that. This is the screen handler. The screen handler is used to sync everything. And then the handled screen is the actual screen part. And then we register it. Register that in on both. Okay, I think I understand. I need a separate screen, right? This thing extends screen. And then we have a handled screen, which, okay, I need the screen handler first, it looks like. Which is on both. Okay, so if it's on both, then first we go not in the client package. We'll make a new package in network, I guess. Like network screen. This will be our polite screen handler or something. Right, this thing can be final, probably. And it's going to extend screen handler. And then we're going to create method implementations. I don't need a screen handler. If that's all it has. I don't need this. So all I am is creating a thing with buttons. Okay. That's basically all I wanted to know. I don't need this either. Go here, make this final. This just extended screen. This extends handled screen. But it needs a screen handler, which we don't have, so we're just gonna extend screen then. Brother. This. What do you have? Screen base, right, okay. Wait, but there is no base screen for this. What constructors do we have here? That's the title. I might as well do that. We're gonna set this equal to that, but before that I actually have to call super. Oops. This is the title. For now, just do this. We'll deal with that a little later. Now, there's a couple of things. I'm gonna keep this on the side. This is basically what I need. Right? And then I just gotta do that. It's basically this. And then that has the drawable child, right? Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna need to send a packet to open the screen, and I'm gonna need to send a packet back when we're done, based on the result. So I'm gonna override init, and we're gonna add a drawable child. New button widget, button widget dot builder of yes button. This is the callback, I'm guessing. Dot width. Oops, it needs to be dot width here. Okay, where does shoot. I need to see where. Okay, I need to look at implementations of this. I want to know where it draws the buttons. Or like how it draws buttons, because I kind of want to draw them the same way. Confirmation dialog, I believe? Yeah, because it's got that, right? Implement simple dialog, right? That's all of that. How do you actually then show the on show dialog? Can I go to implementations of this? This dot show dialog. Show dialog. Warning screen dot set dialog screen. Yeah. Dialog screens dot create probably. Simple dialog screen. Init header and footer. Wow, you actually have like layout widgets and shit. That's kind of cool. Area. Create warning button where it puts that at the top. Set navigation order. I have no idea what that's even for. Directional layout widget. That's for the body, and then dialog controls, add input, layout, add body. That's right, I do have to add the text for that too. clickable widget. Here we go. This is where this dot layout. What's your layout? 3 parts layout widget. You create the header. You add body. You init the header and the footer. Right, yeah, sure. I understand. I've no idea. Grid widget. Spacing. Add. Do you call refresh positions before you... Just refresh widget positions. Oh, you do it there. We'll see what happens if I do this. Wait, do 5 times this to height divided by 6. Put it like 5/6 the way down. Maybe, I don't know. Dot build. Alright, and then this is where we would put the yes option. And then everything else is here, but it's then spaced. Right, if I do like -10, and then we do, instead of starting there, we want to start probably at the halfway point +10. Yeah, okay. Well, the width is the same. This position is what's different. I can set this to -10. And then we can do +10. And that kind of, I hope that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, I can do stream.of. Yes. No. Map. Text of. I'll turn to that. Map again. Return new, wait, yeah, no, I don't need that. Like that. New button widget builder. T, and then the button goes to something. Here's what we're gonna do. We have this. I guess it doesn't need to be protected, whatever. Make a package, I don't care. So we have that, right? And then what we're gonna do here is we're instead just going to go and do button action dot values and map it to button action get text. No, don't do that. I actually still want this. Action dot get text, and then this is going to be action dot action performed. Dot width, this dot width over 4. Right, and now why is this? Oh, the result is ignored. I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. It's not the prettiest, but whatever. Let's just do a dot for each. And then what I want to do here is I need an atomic integer. Like a really nice mathy way of doing this, but it's interesting because now I need to do b dot position, right? And now I need to actually specify the position. The x position being this dot width over 4, and this dot minus 10, and this 5 times this dot height over 6 dot build. Alright, but now I need to figure out this. Actually, wait, no, I do still want this like this. So after that, I want to do I dot there's just an update. There's an update in get, and then get an update. Okay, we're gonna do this. Actually, before we do that, I don't want a minus 10 both. I want a minus 10 one, and then plus 10 the other. And I want to multiply this. So I can multiply this by that, and then I can multiply this by that. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I dot get times this dot width, so it'll just multiply it by that. Minus I dot get and update. And this is gonna be something times 10. And this get and update, first it's just gonna return 1, so it's gonna be minus 10, and then I wanna make it plus 10. In order to make it plus 10, it has to be negative 1, but this has to be 2. This I needs to be 2. So it's gonna have to be plus 1. So it's gotta be get and increment. So I think what, like, if I do a 1 minus this, that'll be 0. So don't want that. One sec. Alright. So at 1, it needs to be 1. At 2, it needs to be negative 1. Subtract 1. This is 0. Multiply it by 3. And subtract I. Does that even make sense? This just has to be a get first. Times 3. And if I subtract I dot get an increment, why do I keep doing slash? This make any sense at all. I dot get -1, that's gonna be 0. This should be plus. That's 0. Minus I times 10. That gets -10. And for the next one, which is I equals 2, I get 2 minus 1, which is 3. 2 minus 1. 2 minus 1 is not 3, but 2 minus 1 times 3 is 3. Minus 2 is 1. I'm opening Desmos. I'm making sure this makes any sense. Just get me to Desmos. X minus 1 times 3 minus x. At 1, it's -1. At 2, it's 1. Did I make this extremely complicated? You're damn well, you're damn well right I did. That's 2x minus 1. Hello? 2x minus 1? No, not 2x minus 1. 2x minus 3. I can do math. Two times I dot get an increment. -1. Wow, math. I should have realized that that was linear. Obviously, because only two things. You just gotta add the difference between them. And the difference is 2, and then I set the y-intercept to the value at the beginning. Well, not the value at the beginning. This is -3. Okay, that was nonsense. It starts at -1, so we -1 times 10, which is -10. And then, yeah, okay. And then we do it like that, and then we build it, and then we add it. Cool. Which means this still is a one-liner, which is great. Beautiful. Now that I've done that, that's all I need to do for init, right? And then we need render, where we're gonna have to render the text, which is going to depend on the effect, and then the action performed is also going to depend on the effect. This is inherently static, right? Yeah, it is inherently static. I need to pass this in. Yeah. Render gives me all this stuff. We do this. Int x equals this dot width over 2. And y equals this dot height over 6 plus 10. We're going to basically put it the same place that this does. What's the text spacing? It's 10. And then it draws the centered text. Why do I need the X and the Y though? Hello? Oh, the X. Why do I need the Y? Where are you used? Oh, right here. Wow, I can't read. It's like the same thing though. That's the thing. That's the thing. I definitely want to... I'm creating an abstract implementation of this. Why always gotta be different? The hotkeys I got pressed for the spread? That's so weird. Wait, this is still text, right? Yeah, it is. So it's for the title. Button widget builder. Actually, isn't this just a button widget? Yeah, it's just a button widget. Not 109. In stream, iterate. y, and then I goes to I plus the text spacing, which is going to be here. Nope. This. There might be a better way to do that. Let's make this text. And then we'll have the child actually deal with that logistic. I just have to do this part. And this gonna go to this context.draw centered text with shadow, where we're gonna pass in this dot get text renderer x y's dot next int. I forgot to put text. And that's how that's gonna work. And we add all the buttons. There you go. So now all I need to do is provide the text that we're drawing and the buttons that we're doing. Right? So then if this extends our abstract chaos text screen thing, this remains the same. So now I just need to provide these implementations, which is get buttons, which will return stream.of a single value, this. Alright, that's just a one button. And now I need get text, which is going to return this. I don't need this anymore. And then if this extends the abstract, this thing, then the get buttons is going to be this part here. Well, not completely, but this needs to map. I map it to that. I can get rid of this and do it in one map. Builder, action performed, the width, the position, the height, build it, that returns buttons. Yeah, no, that's good. That is good. And then we need get text. This is the interesting part. Because now what I do is I have the effect. Is this the effect ID or the effect name? That's a really good question. What if I just made it the effect registry entry. What if I just used that? If I can find it. Hold on. This has the name. Okay, I mean, we can do that instead. I'll just do that for now. And that passes everything over to here. And now, we got this. I like concatenate text. And this draws it. How does it draw it? No, 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 no. Draw centered text. We get it as ordered text. Draw text. Oh, state dot add text. Why you have all this dumb nonsense? Right, and this is one of these. And then when do you use this? Ordered text. Nice. Actually, I have an idea. What does this even return? Okay. Values. Okay, stream this. Filter. Colors. Select a collection. Get a random element from it. What are you going on about? Collectors dot foo list, whatever. This will get us a random formatting. And then it's going to be color dot as string. This dot effect dot get name. And then formatting dot reset dot as string. And that's going to be map text of. S dot get with style dot empty. Maybe that works. We'll see. And let's make it not be black. That's not possible. This is saying that method reference invocation may produce null pointer exception. That's, like, not true at all. Why would it be null? Literally can't. Because I could do formatting is color, and it doesn't care about that then. Right? Like, it is totally okay with that. But the minute we throw predicates.and in there, it doesn't like it. Maybe we leave it. Leave the black as is. And now I need a new. Actually, this could be a record. Actually, this just needs to be its own thing. Because I'm not sending it that way. I'm sending it reverse. That's definitely being used. Please. Please? Oh my gosh, dude, my typing is garbage. Oh, I don't have a codex for encoding what this is. That's interesting. I didn't consider that. I can just do this. I can just encode the string. Right, so maybe it just needs to be a string at the other end as well. Because I'm not actually handling it. I'm sending the packet. And then the receiver is actually going to be the one that actually does it. And then this is going to be the effect. And then this. And that's basically all we need. What the heck was that? Okay, not worry about that. These are both just the same thing. It's just I'm sending them to different things. Could I reuse the same thing? Right, and basically, for example, register it both ways. So type registry dot. Right, this would be play client to server dot register payload response thingamajig dot this, and then the codecs. And since they're registered on different sides, right, if I just have the one packet, it can implement this. I just don't use this when I'm sending it from the client. I only use this when I'm sending it from the server. Interesting. Just rename it to that and do that. It implements that. We have to add one more, which I think is the get codecs. Oh yeah, we need that. Now that I have this, I basically need to register receivers on both ends, because here I register this receiver. But just take an object? Oh no, it takes a handler. Right, which is exactly that, because this is a functional interface. But it's going to be different for the server side, which I'm doing first. Client packet receiver polite payload. And then this is going to be implement the things. Right, I'm going to need to change this. We don't need that. Which means you're now upset, so we fix you like that. How do you even... No, no, I want to look at the client player. Moving packets, blah, 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 blah. Close handled screen, close screen. Okay, it just gets the client and sets the screen there. I see. So I can just do it through the client. And this really only needs to be a string. Basically, all it needs to do is remember what the string is. And then what no does is nothing. And then yes will send the response back. That's the thing I have open. Wow, nice. Good. Cool. Right, it sets the screen. Is there an on-screen close? Oh. Nope. No mashing escape to close it. You gotta make a choice. Has to be an active choice. I might have a couple random choices with this that might be fun. We're just primarily having fun here. So then that's all that needs to do. And then on actual MCCE dot init, server play networking dot register global receiver. And the play payload handler, I'm guessing, is a functional interface that receives it and has this. Is this a possible? Let's ignore the auto closable. I don't want to close it, because that would be, probably a situation where bad things would happen. What is this little breadcrumb thing I got here? Oh, that's probably because that's the entry point. Anyway, MCC API dot mutator, I believe, dot add new chaos effect. Oh wait, what we want to do is well, we'll see how that works. Add new chaos effect player context dot player, and then this is going to be chaos effect registry dot get effect with the payload effect. Does this just, yeah, it just creates a chaos effect like that. And I need the actual effect itself, which I don't think I created so far. Does not look like it. And of course, we gotta provide the implementation for this. This dot networking dot send this dot not the name. Oh wait, the effect. Hello. And I'm guessing that this does it sends the packet and it creates a client server packet, which does something and includes all of that, which is different from, what are you even upset at? Oh wait, that's all you're upset at, which is different from the client receiver. No, not the client receiver. Different from the payload, I think. Because this has to know what player is involved. Because it gets the network handler for the player. Okay, I think I understand. But I don't need to worry about it here. I get you. If I actually get this to work, like first try, I'm gonna be crazy. I'm not too sure about that one though. This is gonna be instant though, that's for sure. What do you mean? Oh wait, I forgot the keyword. Because I'm just going to send the packet to do that. I'm not going to send anything else. So it can. Right, I'll probably do that on the client side, of course, yeah. Closes the currently open handled screen. This method can be called on either logical size and will synchronize the clothing automatically to the other. This also public? Yeah. I guess I don't need to worry about that. I was thinking like whether, you know what, we're gonna find out. Player utils dot get server player dot not map if present. New play payload, we'll get that and then we send it. How the heck does this do it? I think it's the multi effect that I want to look at here. Chaos effect, or you get random applicable effect for player. Yeah, okay. And there's another optional argument, right? I thought there was. Yeah, because then it will always send null. That's correct. Right, okay. I get you. I get you. And then we just send that. Right. Do I have a thing to capitalize here? I don't think I do. Nope. I don't think there is a capitalize method immediately. Yeah, okay. You know what, we're gonna leave that for now. If I want to like actually do something about that, I can do it later. Let's actually just get it working. See if it even works to begin with. I'm like getting ahead of myself. It should literally be right here. Yeah. Right here. Whoops. All right. I have no idea if this is gonna work. But we're gonna find out. Apparently it's gonna take a while to start though, so it's fun. Oops. Are you going? You're compiling. Why is that taking so long? There we go. Okay, so this still works. That's good. We did alter that a little bit. Now let's see where we're at here. Even have lunch? No, it's just smite. Alright, whatever, it doesn't matter. We're gonna go inside our little thing here. Oh. Would be a problem. Would in fact be a problem. If the screen doesn't close. Whoops. How does this do it? Yeah, that's what I thought. We don't have the context. Now, oh, I think I know what's going on here. It's this, right? It adds the literal, which means it doesn't parse it. And then it overrides it with that. Let's see if we can't fix that. What if we just do that? That might work. I like the fact that I soft locked them. It was good. But it actually did send it back and applied the effect, so that's actually good. Oh, come on. And it's still doing that. I think I chose the wrong thing here. I don't think I want as string, because that gets the name. I think I want toString, which returns the string value, which is that plus the code. Right, I want toString, not as string. That explains a lot. Can't I just do this then as well? I would like to actually see the name of the effect without it getting constantly jumbled. That'd be useful. Helpful, even. Okay, so I, I'm with you. I, I'm I really am. I'm here with you. I totally get it. Problem. That's not what's supposed to happen. I didn't consider the constant changing of the thing, like, didn't occur to me. I can't believe it didn't occur to me. So this is a thing. It seems to be part of a style where we apply the color. I can use this. I also don't need this, and I just don't need that at all. There is that option. This now won't update every frame. It never rendered the title though, that's the thing. You do anything with your title? Where does this appear on screen? I gotta see. Oh, yeah, that might be relevant. Depending on where it appears, I might want to like push it down. Kind of high up. If I put this way up here, that's kind of a bit. What? I hit the 9 for a second. I can't believe it. Wow, that's funny. If I do that, oh yeah, it's just all over the place. Okay, the hunger's a little broken on this one. We're gonna fix that. Yeah, because it doesn't... I didn't even notice. Okay, I don't need this then. For now. This just does this. I think I need this. I mean, I don't want a new style array, but I do want this. Get insertion. What is this? Oh, that's not helpful. because then it's gonna apply it to everything, which I don't want it to apply to everything. In that case. Unless I make it like a list of lists. If I do this, then I can do line dot for each. Alright, so we have that. What am I trying to do here? I wanna have it so I can draw multiple things of different styles in the same line. Identifier, chunk file. Wow, this is not helpful. This appends. Wait a second. I don't need any of this nonsense. I just need that. And then here, I can't. Okay, I need to make just a new mutable text. Mutable text.of. Now this is not text content, so okay, I just make it a new literal. No, text.of. Hello. We'll see how this works. This probably does not gonna work the way I expect it, but whatever. I should have a color util. Yeah. Wait, this isn't used anywhere? What are you talking about? Is it like this? What do you mean? Color util, yes. Buddy. Open, like, resolve this. I think it's like this. I put 0.5 for L. I think I put S as 1. Because then this comes into here. It's gonna do 2 times 2 times L minus 1, and then times S, which is just gonna be 1. I'm gonna keep that just in case. I have no idea if I'm gonna use it. Anyway, the whole idea is modulo 360. Gotcha. This That's fine. It's going to be hello. What am I working on? Well, hello, hello. I am hopefully working on some colored text shenanigans. And this is gonna void apply color to a style. If this dot color is not null, I'm gonna do style dot with color. Oh wait, this needs to return the style. Style dot with color. Alright, as if it's not null. And then, if it is, I don't need that. This is nonsense. Style dot with color, and I need an RGB. I need an int, which I could store here. Can I override the default constructor? In canonical constructor. Yeah, this dot color is color, Betty. Wait, then why the hell am I making this a record if I'm overriding the canonical constructor? That makes negative sense. This would just be better as a class. Sort of, kind of, not really. I'm leaving it as a record. IDE error occurred. You don't see that, but my IDE is screaming at me right now. Apparently I've done something horrendous. If it's not null, we'll do 0, otherwise we'll do chaoslib dot get random color? This is a thing I have? Oh, but it's not. Actually, wait, this is beautiful. I can actually use my other thing. Color util dot RGB to HSL. This is not going to work because I need to separate this into the individual components because this returns an integer. Dang it. Unless I did it multiple times. That's unfortunate, dude. That was nearly cool. Which is why we make this a class, dude. Don't need this. Make it final too. Can I, like, at nullable on this? Is that valid? You darn well right. This is not final. And then what are you? Oh, because we're not doing that. Don't worry about that. We're getting to that. If color is no, wait, dude. Well, you know how cool I am. Look at this. If this dot color equals color, we assign it here, and if that's null, if it's not null, actually, if it's null, boom. Then we're gonna do this thing. Get random color. Now I need to, oh, I can use the color helper. That's exactly what I can do. This dot h equals color util dot RGB to HSL, color helper dot get red. I pass in C, and then color helper dot get or G, get G, and then color helper dot get B, as in that. Right, and now I get the first element of this, and I cast all of these to bytes. What does this normally return? Does this return an int? It does return an int. The return value is between 0 and 255, both inclusive. Okay, yeah. Which means a byte stores it perfectly. What are you? See, you're fine. Provided a float. Good point. This should be a float. Look at that. See, it's brilliant. Oh yeah, make this at nullable. What the fuck did I just spell? Nukable? Boom. Alright, see, we have this, and now, if the color is not null, we apply it. Otherwise, we do this. And what we do is I need to convert it the same way this is converted with the get ARGB. Get ARGB. 255 alpha. Wait, do I need that? What's the other option? The this one. It does that anyway. Why am I not just doing this? It does that anyway. Hello? Okay, so now this needs to be right. First, we need to increment h. I think I have to do it like that, yeah. This dot h plus 0.05. We'll make it accelerate faster. Right, and then we do the hue shift rate, and we modulo 360. Then we also know inspection magic number. We do that, right? Just like this. And now we do the same thing. HSL.RGB. In fact, I'm gonna have another HSL.RGB, and it's just gonna be that. RGB, and it's just gonna take one float. And then we're going to return HSL to RGB, and we're going to pass in this, and then 0.5 and 1. This needs to be enough. So then I can go back here, and I can just get rid of this. Looking this over, are we trying to give every time a random color individually? We're trying to give text a random color, a specific word, and we'll see if it works. Okay, ARGB, and then I need to do color, wait, RGB is going to be color util dot HSL to RGB, passing in just this, and then we're going to pass in RGB indexed at 0, RGB indexed at 1, and RGB indexed at 2. And then it applies that style, and now we go back to here, right? And then I want to do this. You need a color style, not this. You don't need this, but you need a color style. And we're gonna do if this or pslib dot get static random instance dot next boolean this dot style equals new color style. Actually, don't even put this in here. Put this here. If the next boolean is here, then we're gonna put null. Otherwise, we're gonna put this stuff. And then I don't need this anymore. And I don't need this anymore. Then we don't need this. And we don't need this. And now that this is created, I now have to do style dot, or this dot style dot apply color on style dot empty. Boom. Dot for each text append, maybe? And then we're gonna return stream dot of list dot of text. And then I don't need this. Right? What's your malfunction? Where? Oh yeah, and I need to text.append text.of question mark. It's over here, right? Yeah, okay, that's where I forgot that. Good point. Oops. And then we apply the color. Boom, if this works, I'm gonna be hella happy. If it doesn't work, I'm going to be hella not. There's two things I need to test here. I'm gonna test both of them. The first thing is checking to see if this is right. I need to like decrease my hunger now though, that's the problem. Actually I can just do... Yeah, no, that's still not working. Why? Okay, so skip that. Heart container, heart full, heart container, heart full. Yes, 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 yes. Food empty, food full. Food empty. Is container is true. Right, I see. Because what happens is, if they're not, it's just gonna draw all the empty ones without incrementing that, so it's gonna be using the same thing. I see why that doesn't work. So if I instead set this the same way as before, I think that works? Especially if I set it to -1, which is what I need to. Okay, let's see, that should fix it. Hopefully. Let's see. Yeah, see, that's more like what it's supposed to be. Okay, that's good. That's number one. No, you can't be doing this to me right now. You cannot. Oh, what the hell? This is not playable. Please. Can man... Alright, let's see. So that would have just been white. Kind of hard to know if that actually does anything when you, actually, no, the text is fine. Ooh. So, it is applying the color, but it's not applying... It applies that color, but it doesn't apply this color? That's really interesting. And I want to know why that is. Okay, the problem isn't that. The problem is... this. I think that needs to be 0.5. That needs to be 1. Yeah. I swapped my saturation and lightness around. Okay, let's try again. Oh, cool, that's like almost illegible. Okay, that's definitely a color. Why is it not updating? Oh wait, it is actually changing color. Look at this. Very slowly. Look at that, dude. A rainbow color. We hella need that to be faster. Because I almost thought it wasn't doing shit. And so that hue shift rate, we're making it 0.2. That's like 4 times faster. We'll even make it 0.25. 5 times faster. Which is fine because it's just a tiny bit of text on the screen. If it was like the whole screen, obviously that kind of speed probably is a problem. And now for funsies, what we're gonna do I think trying to reassign to the values array probably messes stuff up. Oh, wait. Right. And then I instead just do options.stream. So now what I'm doing is I'm actually randomizing the placements of the yes no buttons. So sometimes it might be yes no, sometimes it might be no yes. You can't just click the same button. You get to see the effect it wants to apply to you, and then you get to choose whether you want it or not. And if you misread and press the wrong button, that's not my problem. Devilish. Wait for it to load. See, this says no now. Thank you for the follow. X-Hister, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. See, now this actually, like, cycles in a bit that's, like, you notice that it's shifting, right? And basically, you now get to choose the effect. Well, not you get to choose the effect. It asks you if you want the effect. Now what I want it to do is I don't want it to pause the game when that screen is open. How do I get it? Because I don't want it to, like, pause the game like this, which is what it does. We don't want that. And now I have to look at the other screens. to see which ones pause the game and which ones don't. I just want to look actually at implementations of this. I'll probably... Okay, fine. Go to implementations of this. Man block screen, furnace screen, right? Like you can see the furnace screen obviously is not going to pause the game. But other screens will. So it looks like the in-game ones. Extends handled screen. Should pause. Overrides the method in screen. Alright. I could have sworn I didn't see that, but I don't know, whatever. There we go. You can't close by pressing escape. It doesn't pause. Now this only matters a lot on single player worlds. In multiplayer worlds, obviously it doesn't pause the game because the game's going on whether you care or not. Okay, I just want to note down that I've made this effect. Because that works. I just want to double check it one more time. And then I think the one thing I want to do is improve the name, because right now the name's all lowercase, because it just grabs whatever the name is from the effect. Right, like it basically is just grabbing this. So I want to maybe have the effects have a display name that they can return instead. The problem is that I'm not passing the effect. I have an idea. Alright, and you can see the game is actually continuing to happen while I'm going on. Yeah, I even move with it too. Cool. I like how it rolled the same effect again. No. I actually wanted to press. I wanted to press no so badly, but it swapped the placement of the buttons, and this is what I have to deal with. This is why I hate this. Why did I come up with this idea? This idea was the worst thing ever. Oh, you're beating them up. Okay, that's cool. Oh, Lord. This is a fever dream. Oh, it's snowing. When it's snowing, this is the worst. Stuff is raining from the sky, I think. Oh my gosh, for starters, I'm back to normal. Vaguely. Nice. So that's gold. That's nice. Good to know. Yeah, don't throw stuff when you're like this. You can't see shit. I know that everything I step on is turning to gold now, though, so that's cool. Oh my gosh, we're back to normal. Vaguely. And this should also turn to gold, yeah, okay. Alright, I think we've seen enough of that. And we know that it works. So now it's like I want to have a display name. Which unfortunately means I need to do this for not every single effect. We're going to have a default implementation. To title case, this bad boy plus this dot get name dot substring from here. Basically, the default implementation is going to just capitalize the first character. But then for other things that have more than one name, or more than one word in their name, I will override this implementation and be specific. when the chaos effect name has more than one word, not world. Okay, fine, you can. Oh my gosh, what is going on? So now with this, the screen, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have this, and then we're gonna have private final string display, right? And then the display equals chaos effect registry dot get effect for this dot effect dot get display name. Does this have we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna do this dot display name equals instance dot get display name. That way, when I go here, I don't actually need to create the effect. I can do chaos effect registry dot get entry for the effect, and then get the display name. This way, it's a simple map lookup. I'm not creating an instance of the effect just to get the display name. Because that would be crazy. And now for every effect, every final one that has 2 or more words, I must override get display name. Like that. But for say this one I don't because it's just one word. This one I do. You don't capitalize the in titles, right? You don't. You don't capitalize the, to, an, other simple words like that. So like this one would be back to square one. Like this. That's fine. This one, don't do that. I really chose to do this to myself. That one's fine. Don't need to worry about that. That one's fine. This one needs a display name. This one needs a display name. This one does too. Oh my gosh, where's the name for this one? It's all the way at the bottom, isn't it? Wait. Other? Where are you? Here. Oh, and of you don't capitalize either. English, brother. Uh, because this isn't like camel case or whatever, I can't just take this and do anything with it, so I have to go all the way. Where are you here? I am so upset with how many effect names have 2 or more words. Oops. What? No. my gosh, I still have so many to go. Not lave. Memory game. You think we're like halfway? Probably not. I don't need to actually change anything for that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Just this one. I spell it right? Yes, I did. Range repeating, rotate, scatter, sepia, shake weight. Okay, we're getting to the end. Hello, I gotta actually write the method name. capitalize this? No, I think you... I think you capitalize it. I don't know how book titles work or whatever. Nope. We can also do that. I see. You have to be less than the Y cutoff. If you're greater than the Y cutoff, then we don't do anything. I was wondering why this effect wasn't applying. Pretty sure I've seen like every other effect apply. Except for this one. This one's really niche. Okay, so I've definitely seen this one apply. That one's niche. That one's kind of niche. This one's probably applied. This one I fixed. Seen that one. Seen that one. I've seen that one. I've seen this one. Apparently that closed everything. Only because I had 5 million things open. See, and now it actually... That one's not cycling. Dude, getting the polite effect to pick itself is the funniest shit. It said yes, didn't it? Holy shit. Yeah, you don't want to be doing that one. Yeah. Okay, yeah, not going that way. I would like to be out of here. Wow. What, did it just... I guess it did. It actually applied more than one effect. That's so dumb. It applied like 3 effects. So it picked itself, and then... Bro, why you launch me into the sky? Yeah, have fun trying to boat clutch while your hotbar is being randomized. That's fun. Alright. We've seen enough. We haven't seen it launch me into space yet, but that's fine. I have 19 new effects. Which is pretty crazy, because I think... Let's check the last update. I want to know, like, how many effects I added last update, and so, like, basically how many effects I want to sort of shoot for. I don't have to necessarily add the same amount of effects, but... You know, I want to have enough. I think it'll be on the wiki. I added 22 effects in the last update. Actually, I've added 22 effects each update. I started with 40, then we got to 62, and then we got to 84. So 106 seems like a good target, which means if I'm at 19 right now, 19 new effects, paint, rotate, around the world, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, then I only have 3 more effects if I want to be consistent with the 22 effects. Interesting. I do have one idea. Actually, I have 2 ideas. Which means there's 1 more effect that I would have to come up with on my own. Under render? Yeah. Yeah, but that's just a dead. I don't care about that. This dot render passes in. All right, so this goes to here, which goes to here, which goes to here. Okay. Oh, all I want to do is change the pitch, right? I have the get transform. This is a record, which has their origin position, their pitch on roll. I just need to change their pitch. But this model here, if I do it to model part, it's going to rotate each one, and that's going to be weird. And so what I'd want to do is get the root part, rotate that part, because that's the part that's going to be rotated. We'll see. This is client only, so we'll see how this one looks. Now, does model extend anything? It implements fabric model. I'm not gonna worry about that. Because I think that just adds... Yeah, nothing useful. I think I want this one, because this will take me to here. And before I do that, I'm going to get the root part. I'm going to rotate it, and then it's going to render it. Can you add my arguments? You... And there we go. We have the root part. And these all have a bunch of callbacks for it, so... I think I want a client event for this, probably. This is on client render callbacks. And then I have to figure out, like, what the thing is. This passed in the camera. This should pass in the model part. Actually, just pass in the model. There we go. I have that. Now I can go here, and what I can do is I can get the model, and then I can do before model render callback dot event dot invoker dot before render pass the model. Now I have that. Now I just need a status payload again. This is within the client package, so go into here. And that, now make the payload. Influence that. This is going to be a Alright, packet codecs. For some reason, that took me a minute. I would, like, my brain shut off. Out status. Looking out status payload, yeah. Dot tuple packet codecs dot boolean. And then we take out the status, and then new. Nothing there. This returns the codecs. And this returns the ID. There's our payload. Register the payload. And then this is gonna have a tracker. Right? Because it's the same thing as like here. No, yeah, no, you're completely correct. I don't need a tracker because I've already tracking it in the effect itself. Right. Is that all this thing is? Yeah, basically, okay. Super duration min, passo duration max, and then this. Don't you not have the? Oh, you don't. This I need the client player tracking chaos effect. Yeah, I think this is always applicable. Nothing here. Actually, I just need the implementation. And then this needs to extend reset effect handler. And then you provide the implementations for this, which means I actually need to go back to here. This is under F, L, which is right here. Then I need to provide the boolean is client tracked. Client player tracking chaos effect dot is affected. And player tracking chaos effect dot track client class in the player. And we do that. So now here, I just need to return flipping out effect dot is affected. I need to return a new flipping out effect, just like that. And then here I return this. And then there we go, that's good. That's the effect logic done. And then in the client callbacks, I need to register it. Before model render callback, new flipping out model handler. Oh, that's not what I want. I want this thing. This is a status payload, but it has an additional thing. Right, I have that stored in here. That's what I thought. Not here. I can make it a float. Wow, spell this correctly for starters. Merge this UUID one. Well, that's actually the increment amount, which we'll do like 0.5 for now. And it's the same thing as this, right? Or we just get this, we get if they're affected and all that other stuff. Yeah, you're going? Yeah, thanks for joining. Thanks for embarking on this journey with me. I might have to wrap soon as well, but I want to see if I can get most of this done. Is client tracked for the player? Increment rotation amount player dot get UUID. And I can just pass this in instead of making 2 calls, which I'm a fan of. Now I actually need to get... That's going to be model dot get root part dot get transform. There's a model transform. Set transform. There we go. That's what I wanted. And this still has the same thing where it checks all of that. Float X, float Y, float Z, float pitch, float yaw, float roll, float X scale, Y scale, Z scale. Okay. Dot pitch plus rotation amount dot get player dot get UUID. Or default. We'll do a get or default, and then gonna be 0.0f. Current dot yaw. Current dot roll. Current dot x scale. Current dot y scale. Current dot z scale. Pitch yaw roll. I have pitch yaw roll. X scale, y scale, z scale, x, y, z. I set the transform just to the same thing, I just rotated a bit. And then this model mixin just makes that call, right? It just makes that call, which then this thing receives. The only other thing I need is a receiver. Wait, no? I would just need that. And then I need to register it as well. We'll see if this does anything. Hopefully it actually, like, you know, loads. I think I covered everything I need to cover with it. Well, we made it to the title screen, so already we're doing good. Which means registering the payloads and all that other stuff is so far so good. Now ooh, yeah, that's very fast. That's very fast. You are very flip. Holy shit. Oh my god, you are flip. Oh my gosh, I am flip. Okay, that's a little aggressive on the flipping. Where's my handler? Let's make it like 1/10 of the speed. I don't know if that actually does anything. It did for this thing. Oh, what the hell is going on there? Okay, the beds really don't like whatever is happening over here. That bed is not okay. That bed needs help. Everything else seems perfectly normal. Except for... Yes, just take me out, whatever. No, respawn. Nice, that's good. Well, this works. That's good. I am fascinated that beds just... no, I don't want that. It needed to be sure. I am fascinated that beds just flip the fuck out, dude. That's kind of crazy. Everything else seems normal except for the beds. Dude, the beds, they just don't. I find it funny that they also get slightly glitched after the fact, too. Like, they really shouldn't, but... Like, when the effect wears off, we all go back to normal, except for the beds. The beds just... Dude, they don't. I did not want to be in the chest, I'm positive. Yeah, like, the beds, dude. What happened to you? God knows. But we're not gonna worry too much about that right now. It's kinda fine. I might add a restriction on it. Alright, but that's gonna wrap it for me. I'm gonna have to very quickly wrap here. Because that went a little bit longer than I wanted to, but everything did work, so that's pretty good. Uh, this is good. We made good progress. We got 20 effects. There's technically 2 more we can add if we want to be consistent with the 22 effects per update, which is... it's nice. I might do that. So, that's that. I'm gonna have to get going. Hopefully you enjoyed. I'll be back with more of this tomorrow, probably. Actually, no. Tomorrow I won't be able to stream. I have something I gotta check out in the morning, so... I won't have this, but I will be back Thursday, assuming nothing goes wrong, with Lost Branch of Legend. So, that'll be it for me.